All right, testing, mic check, mic check. One. Testing, testing. One, two, three. Testing, testing. All right. I'm just making sure if I can hear myself. I don't know. Just making doing a mic check. One, two, 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 one, two. Testing. All right, testing, testing. Okay. All right, well, good morning. It's almost 10 a.m. It is July 22nd. Today is July 22nd, Wednesday. Later on, I'll be taking my wife to the dentist. She has a dentist appointment. So I'm just sharing this on here openly. So yeah, later on, my wife have a dentist appointment in the late afternoon, and I got work after that. I have to be working my usual shift at the pool site, at the pool enclosure, not too far. Oh, another day at the pool, another day at work. Oh man. Oh, let me make sure I drink my tea, get some hydration. Ugh. All right. Okay, just waking up. I'm not a morning person. Oh my gosh, I'm not a morning person. Hopefully the swimming pools on both side, the swimming pools are filled to the brim, taken care of, restocked with chlorine, pH. Appreciate the office staff, so taking care of the amenities, the park amenities, swimming pools, making sure they're taken care of. Because with all due respect, yesterday the pool are closed at 9 p.m. 9 p.m. Having to stay extra all the way 1 hour after it closes normally at 8 o'clock. Yes, both swimming pool closes at 8 p.m. Both are supposed to be at not 9 p.m., not 10 p.m. Closes at 8. I'm just sharing on here and promoting my Wattpad channel. My Wattpad profile, General Sunbeam, Sunbeam 007. Share my links on there, TikTok, Instagram. Yep, you see me around. I am General Sunbeam, Sunbeam 007, reporting, live streaming on YouTube and Rumble. And once again, yesterday, closed the pool at 9 p.m., communicated with all the neighborhoods, the neighbors, residents. I mean, with all due respect, it is a Spanish-speaking community, predominantly Spanish-speaking community. Few other mixed nationalities, but it is largely a Spanish community here at the neighborhood, at this community. So yesterday, I had to close the pool at 9 p.m. at the main location where the main office is held, and I have it all logged and documented into the system, onto the notebook, and logged onto the logbook. There were supposed to be two other pool attendants there to close the pool, but the other pool attendant doesn't have the key. Well, both pool attendant doesn't have the keys to close the pool, to lock up the pool. And I mean that's on the management. It is also on the management to print out and to create a updated pool hours of operation to be posted on the both gates, stating that it closes at 8 p.m. But otherwise, I would say it's not my responsibility. I mean, I don't have to close that main pool or lock up the main pool because that's not honestly, it's not my problem and not my responsibility, but I choose to do so because I have the keys to lock up both pool. And again, that's on the management. I have communicated thoroughly and to the best of my abilities and what I can do to communicate with the management or to maximize pool safety and to prevent trespassers, and any safety violation, any safety concerns. I mean, it's a wild card, and my back is itchy. So yeah, that's what's going on yesterday. Had to stay until 9 p.m., 9:02 p.m. Communicated with the residents, with the neighborhoods, with the neighbors for the main pool. That the pool closed. It was getting dark. It was getting nighttime. It was also getting nighttime. logged all this, documented all this, communicated and let them know that the pool is closed. It's 9 o'clock. That should normally close at 8 p.m. The other pool attendant didn't have the keys to lock up both pool, and I don't think the other pool attendant stayed and communicated that they're closed. And I don't think the other pool attendant are there to help or lend a helping hand. I mean, I've been doing all this work by myself. Yeah, so the pool closed at 9 p.m. yesterday. Stayed and closed both pool, locked up both pool gates, and went home. Yeah, I'm still tired, still reeling in from yesterday's work, but gotta make the money, gotta pay the bills. And to any viewers, audience tuning in to watch, thank you for watching. Thank you for taking time to watch it and get to know me. And again, still stuck at 10 followers here on Wattpad. Been sharing this numerous times on numerous live stream, many, many times on Facebook, Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube. But yeah, that's what's going on. I might reiterate about it again. All right. Oh, it's 10 a.m. All right. So good day, or precisely good morning. Good morning, Texas. Good morning, viewers, audience here in Central Texas. Good afternoon, good evening. And if you're going to bed, good night. Be safe out there because safety is number one priority. Good day. Buenos dias. Buenos dias, residentes, las personas, la comunidad. Muchas gracias. Mediso seguridad. Everyone. So good day, everyone. Audience, viewers, residents, community, and the general public of the internet and the vast social media. This is part 3 of my previous live stream. I have live streamed previously and the day before. So this is the part 3 of General Sunbeam follow-up live stream from the previous and the day before. Reiterating that roughly a month away, I, along with my wife and a few friends that we have discussed on various social media chat group chats on Discord and Facebook, that we will be flying on airplane to Honolulu, Hawaii, and have discussed connecting flights and travel plans, hotel stay, and various sightseeing around the island of Oahu, meeting other families and friends and other residents of Oahu, meeting the neighbors there. I have discussed about various events, especially ColossalCon, Texas, and the fate of fandom events, Windbloom Festival, also under a different brand, Lion and Crown, very much the same owners behind those two. Now I want to share and address this out to the Central Texas cities and the vast people of the community. Public safety alert. Recent incident. So public safety alert. Help identify Pflugerville gun store burglary suspects. I am sharing this public notice to help spread awareness throughout Pflugerville, Austin, Round Rock, and the greater Central Texas community. According to investigators, at approximately 4:33 a.m. on July 2nd, 2026, two suspects burglarized GT distributors on New Meister Lane in Pflugerville and stole 34 Glocks handguns. Oh, my back is itchy. Yes, so 4:33 a.m. on July 2nd, 2026, two suspects burglarized GT distributors on New Meister Lane in Pflugerville and stole 34 Glock handguns. Authorities reported that the suspects used a vehicle that had previously been reported stolen in Austin. The vehicle was later recovered abandoned in Austin. At the time authorities announced the reward, the stolen firearms had not been recovered. The Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives and Capital Area Crime Stoppers are offering a reward of up to $6,000 for qualifying information that helps identify and apprehend those responsible. Stolen firearms create a serious public safety risk. They may be illegally sold, transferred, carried, or used in additional crimes, potential violence and harm with open fired firearms, stolen firearms. My purpose in sharing this information is to support the lawful recovery of these weapons before anyone in our community and surrounding communities of surrounding cities in the greater Central Texas region is or harmed, eventually or potentially harmed. I have no tolerance or sympathy for deliberate and intentional burglary, theft, intimidation, violence, or other criminal conduct that places innocent people at risk or endangering the lives of innocent people. I have no tolerance, no sympathies, and no respect for those that choose to do wrong and commit such horrible acts. However, members of the public should not confront, threaten, follow, or attempt to detain anyone they believe resembles the suspects. Do not publicly identify or accuse someone based only on appearance. Again, do not publicly identify or accuse someone based on only on appearance, clothing, rumors, assumptions, or unclear surveillance images. A mistaken accusation can endanger an innocent person, spread misinformation, and interfere with the investigation. If you recognize the individual's vehicle, clothing, behavior, or have relevant information, photographs, video, messages, or security camera footage, report the information privately through the official channels. ATF 188 ATF tips. 188 ATF tips. That's the ATF. Capital Area Crime Stoppers 512-472-8477. Again, the Capital Area Crime Stoppers 512-472-8477. And online, austincrimestoppers.org. When making a report, explain what you personally observe, include the approximate date, time, and location, preserve the original photographs, videos, messages, or surveillance footage. Do not crop, edit, delete, alter, or publicly post possible evidence for attention. Clearly separate confirmed facts from rumors or assumptions. Yeah, just checking for any viewers, for any audience, thumbs up or share, repost on YouTube, Rumble. Yeah, I don't know why I'm not getting a lot of views or a lot of attention. I hate having to be not so noticed. Anyway, just okay. Oh, so yes. Do not crop, edit, delete, alter, or publicly post possible evidence for attention. Clearly separate confirmed facts from rumors or assumptions. Allow investigators to determine whether the information is relevant. Do not interfere with officers, investigators, witnesses, employees, or property owners. Reporting credible information is not about gossip, revenge, personal grudges, or attempting to get someone in trouble over an ordinary disagreement. It is about protecting residents, employees, families, visitors, and the wider community from a legitimate safety threat and from anyone potentially getting hurt in the crossfire in the heat of the moment. Knowingly hiding a suspect, destroying or altering possible evidence, fabricating information, coaching witnesses to lie, or intentionally misleading investigators can obstruct a lawful investigation and allow additional harm to occur. Again, knowingly hiding a suspect, destroying or altering possible evidence, or tampering evidence, fabricating information, coaching witnesses to lie, or intentionally misleading investigators can obstruct a lawful investigation and allow additional harm to occur. Oh, I really need to charge my phone. Gonna be heading out and doing my lunch drop gig because I need to make the money to pay off the credit card debt, pay off all the bills for next month. So yes, making sure to report credible information. It's not gossip or anything to prevent anyone from getting hurt. We're looking at two suspects stealing 34 Glock handguns that have burglarized into pretty much a Pflugerville gun store, and now this Central Texas are at risk from a potential shootout or something. I don't know what could go down, but it going by facts, 34 stolen handguns, firearms. That's not good. So knowingly hiding a suspect, destroying or altering possible evidence, fabricating information, coaching witnesses to lie, or intentionally misleading investigators can obstruct a lawful investigation and allow additional harm to occur, which I personally believe should be a crime. Because tampering with evidence, that's a criminal offense. That's a crime. That should be prosecutable within the law. Helping a friend, relative, or acquaintance avoid accountability is not loyalty when innocent people may be placed in danger, or especially if you're potentially on the hit list, being targeted. Share truthful information through the proper channel and allow law enforcement and the courts to evaluate the evidence. Some people may believe this incident does not affect them because it happened at one business in Pflugerville. So yeah, some people may believe this incident does not affect them because it happened at one business in Pflugerville. However, stolen firearms can quickly move beyond one neighborhood or city. They may be transported into Austin, Round Huddle, Georgetown, Cedar Park, Leander, San Antonio, San Marcos, also going far north into Dallas, or another Central Texas community, or another city nearby, like Manor. Just throwing this out there, because again, stolen firearms. What could go down? Stolen firearms. We're gonna be looking at potential mass violence, mass shooting, serial killers. I mean, I don't want to say all that, but that could be a possibility. I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, going by the facts, 34 stolen firearms. A Pflugerville gun store has been robbed and burglarized by two suspects late at night at 4:33 a.m. They broken in, stolen 34 Glock handguns and possibly ammunitions. So there's a possibility something could go down that could be connected to that incident. So I don't want there to be a sad follow-up where lives are lost or someone could be put into hospital because of that incident. So now moving on. Now I already have discussed that. Now moving on. It's 10:13 a.m. Again, today is Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026. It is 10:13 a.m. Texas Central Daytime in the morning. I'll be heading out to do lunch drop, doing my lunch drop delivery gig, and then soon taking my wife to her dentist appointment, make sure her teeth is checked and all that. Trying to also sign up for a dentist appointment too, and then later on be going to work, heading off to work at the pool. Another day, just a lot of responsibilities, being a responsible adult. Yep, we're trying to keep the community safe and keep everyone safe. If you care about your health and safety, well, I don't know what I can say if you don't, but health and safety is top priority. You wanna enjoy what you do, enjoy playing video games, going hang out with your friends, going out, going on vacation, enjoying life to the fullest, health and safety is top priority. Take care of yourself, take care of your families, take care of each other. Look after one another, communicate, see something, say something. Now, surveillance cameras and evidence. Let's move it on to the next topic, covering surveillance cameras and evidence. All right, sorry, just checking on my phone. All right, so surveillance cameras and evidence. Moving on to the next segment, talking about the surveillance camera and security cameras. Security cameras can help establish when an incident occurred, identify vehicles or clothing, document entrances and exits, and confirm whether a person's account matches the available evidence. Cameras may discourage some criminal behavior, but they cannot prevent every offense. They work they work best when businesses and residents also maintain secure entrances, proper lighting, attentive staff, clear policies, and timely reporting. Anyone with relevant doorbell camera, like the Ring camera, the Blink cameras, or anyone with relevant doorbell camera, dashboard camera, business surveillance, or mobile phone footage from the area should preserve the original file. Do not add music, captions, filters, edits, or speculation before submitting it. Evidence should be handled responsibly. It should not be used for online entertainment, humiliation, harassment, or unverified accusations. Now, moving on to the next subject, public awareness and responsible reporting. When you are in a public or shared space or within the open community, remain aware of your surroundings. Pay attention to suspicious conduct involving forced entry, stolen property, concealed merchandise or bootleg, unusual vehicle activity, damaged security equipment, or people attempting to hide weapons or behaving suspiciously, aggressively suspiciously. Do not create unnecessary panic. Report specific conduct rather than general suspicion about a person's appearance. As the saying goes, do your best to not judge a book by its cover. So, yeah, do not create unnecessary panic. Report specific conduct rather than general suspicion about a person's appearance. Oh, man, I already have a bad habit of picking my skin. Got very bad acne. Ugh, I always hate breaking out. Oh, it's 10:17 a.m. Gotta soon step out and get ready to head out and do my lunch drop gig. All right. The phrase snitch, snitched, snitching, or the word snitch. The phrase snitch is often used to shame people into remaining silent. Reporting credible information about serious theft, violence, harm, threats, fraud, doxing, or dangerous conduct is not dishonorable. Yeah, it is not dishonorable. Silence can allow preventable harm to continue, and I don't like seeing all these fresh breaking news on local and mainstream news and articles reporting incidents and people getting hurt. At the same time, responsible reporting requires honesty, transparency, and open discussion. Do not exaggerate. Do not invent details. Do not submit a report merely because you dislike someone. False reports can harm innocent people and waste investigative resources, and it is a criminal offense. See something credible, say something responsibly. Document it, log it, preserve it, and report it. Please share the original notice from the Pflugerville Police Department, ATF, or Capital Area Crime Stoppers, and maybe to the Austin Police Department, APD, sorry, Austin Police Department, and surrounding police department, Round Rock, Huddle, Georgetown, Taylor. Want to make sure it is communicated, even communicated to the FBI, trying to communicate to various law enforcement agency, spreading far and wide. So please share the original notice from the Pflugerville Police Department, ATF, or Capital Area Crime Stoppers so other people can view the official images and verify contact information. Let us remain vigilant, lawful, accurate, transparent, open door discussions, and considerate and professional courtesy, exercising consideration and professional courtesy while working together to keep Pflugerville, Round Rock, and Central Texas safe in the vast communities of the neighbors. We are family, we are a neighbor, we are one whole community. Let's work together, let's get along, fist bump, shake hands, peace, peace, peace. Trying to keep everyone safe and to reduce crime and criminal behavior. Sources: Pflugerville Police Department, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, Capital Area Crime Stoppers, and publicly available local news reporting. As I was saying regarding the Boulder Ridge community neighborhood, when using the park amenities for the rent-paying residents that live on the property. So again, back to the Boulder Ridge community neighborhood. So as I was saying regarding the Boulder Ridge community neighborhood, when using the park amenities for the rent-paying residents that live on the property, the pool hours are 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Tuesday through Sunday, according to one of the posted pool signage on the main gates in one of the pools or one of the parks of the community neighborhood of Boulder Ridge on South Pflugerville region. The pool hours are 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And again, yesterday had to stay to 9 p.m. and close the pool at the main pool at the office on the north office. I communicated and give the residents just a good, generous 1 hour of late after hour pool swim time because there is no concrete signage posted or displayed on the gates that clearly says hours of operation. The pool opens at 10, closes at 8, or 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. There are no pool signages posted or displayed anywhere at the pool gates or on the fence enclosures. So the residents don't know, if they genuinely don't know, that the pool closes at 8. And there are supposed to be other pool attendants on duty, but they are not there. And they are not there to do their job. They just go home. They don't have the keys to lock up. And that's also on the management's end too. So just expressing that and communicating that, saying that as it is. The pool hours are 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Tuesday through Sunday. Specifically Sunday, there have been mixed messages that said pool opens at 12 p.m. And on a paperwork, when new residents or renters signs, the paper states that Sunday is closed. The pool closed on Sundays. When there are new renters or homeowners signing the paperwork, the residential paperwork, with the lease and all that information, it states that for new residents and renters that signs the paperwork, the paper states that Sunday is closed. The pool closed on Sundays. So I'm doing what I can, doing to the best of my abilities to communicate, spread this communication, provide accurate and up-to-date communication to the Boulder Ridge residents and neighbors and approved guests, authorized guests. Again, it's for the rent-paying residents, not for the outsiders that don't live on the property. Helping the community means doing what is best for residents and what is best for responsible business operations. Clear bilingual communication reduces misunderstandings, improves rule compliance, and allows employees to focus on maintaining the property instead of repeatedly explaining preventable confusion. I again do what I can to communicate and ease the confusion and any misleading miscommunications from the management, as I have communicated with them numerous times and they know about it. I mean, they know. I have been in a previous meeting with the community manager and supervisors about the paperwork, the pool rules, and I have written it on a notepad. So I've strongly communicated thoroughly and very well. I've communicated with the management about it and let them know. And I would say they are aware, but I don't think anything could be done about it. So hopefully the next pool season, 2027, well, I don't know. I'm pretty sure they're going to find someone that's better than me for the pool attendant, pool monitor, if they're if they're going to be hiring, but I doubt that they'll call me back and that they will want me to be there to be as a 2027 pool monitor or pool attendant. I doubt that. With all due respect, because I'm very proactive and productive, and I have been well trained, and I know what I'm doing. You know, it's mass communication, and I'm just doing my job, doing what I'm trained to do and what I'm told to do. But a lot of this is also on the management's behalf because this is the management. This is their property. This is Boulder Ridge property by some communities. I've been reading the review on the Google review, maybe on Yelp and other reviews regarding the community neighborhood of Boulder Ridge. There are mixed bags of reviews, good reviews, bad reviews, but I also trying to pitch in and communicate, trying to spread communication of what I can, sharing across social medias and expressing to help the residents provide clear and open, transparent communication, open notice. So I again do what I can to communicate and ease the confusion and any misleading communications from the management, as I have communicated with them numerous times and they know about it. They know about the pool hours of operation. They have told me that the pool opens on Sunday at 12 p.m., but there is no updated pool signage displayed for all the residents to see the updated. Not even is posted on the notice boards at all the mailbox. No text or emails. No dignified social media. That should be also posted and shared on the groups, on any Facebook groups for the Boulder Ridge community in the greater Central Texas. I am sure they are well informed, made aware of, and well, it's ultimately up to them to communicate to the residents of Boulder Ridge and to communicate in Spanish as well. That is that, or that is that. Moving on to detailed pool rules and expectations. So, detailed pool rules and expectations. Pool rules are not decoration. They exist because water, wet concrete, or wet deck areas, glass, overcrowding, severe weather, and unsafe behavior can cause serious injuries. So I don't know over the years, 2018, 2017, 2020, during the COVID-19 pandemic or 2021, 2022, all the way into now, I don't know if there has been any incidents regarding swimming pools or park amenities. I don't know if there have been any 911 incidents or any serious emergencies involving the first responders over the years. If there have been any incidents involving swimming pools or surrounding parks or the surrounding amenities around the park, I don't know, but it hasn't been documented or logged. And I don't know if there have been a pool attendant over the years, over the previous years. So they exist because water, wet concrete, or wet deck area, the glass, sharp objects, overcrowding, severe weather, and unsafe behavior can cause serious injuries. I care enough to express this in hopes to maintain safety. Well, I care enough to express this in hopes to maintain safety to the best of my abilities. so no children and swimmers are hurt. Because the saying goes, it's fun and games until someone gets hurt, and I don't want that to be the case. I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want anyone to trip, slip, and get injured, fall into any broken glass or sharp objects, or any exposed sharp objects like splinters from wood or something. So I don't want no children, no swimmers, and the general residents using the pool or surrounding park amenities to get hurt. I don't want that to be serious. Pray to the Lord to keep everyone safe. Pray to the Lord for everyone to exercise good judgment. Pray to the Lord for everyone to exercise good common sense. Pray to the Lord for health and safety. Residents and guests, residents and approved authorized guests should follow these basic expectations, should follow these rules. Please do not bring alcohol or glass containers inside the pool enclosure. No alcohol or glass containers or sharp objects. Do not bring alcohol or glass containers inside the pool enclosure. That is a strong, sharp rule enforcement there. No alcohol or glass as well, sharp, harmful objects brought inside the pool enclosure space. Do not run, push, wrestle, or engage in dangerous horseplay on the pool deck or in the pool waters. Do not dive into shallow water or any area where diving is prohibited. Do not bring bicycles, scooters, or skateboards onto the pool deck or within the pool enclosure. I honestly been seeing that a lot. It happens so frequently. Do not use loudspeakers when community rules prohibit them. Well, it did mention on the paper to keep volumes at reasonable level. It didn't mention anything in the handbook or so. But when using loudspeakers, the boombox, keep volume at reasonable level. And if there is any short circuit, do not bring it close to the pool water because it's electronics. Any electronics near the pool waters can short circuit and cause potential shock, voltage, or harm. Do not use loudspeakers when community rules prohibit them. Use water and other permitted beverages only in safe non-glass containers. Keep food and coolers outside restricted areas when required by the posted rules. Well, I was told no coolers allowed. Keep food and coolers outside restricted areas when required by the posted rules. Children must be actively supervised by a responsible parent, guardian, or authorized adults. Supervise children at all times. There are no lifeguard on duties. Swim at your own risk. Supervision does not mean sitting far away while concentrating entirely on a telephone, nor being too distracted. A pool attendant may monitor access, capacity, cleanliness, equipment, and compliance with posted rules. Some communities' current Boulder Ridge pool attendant listing specifically describes monitoring residents entering and exiting, ensuring capacity is not exceeded, maintain safety equipment, and enforcing posted rules, and doing restroom checks. So a pool monitor can only do so much. It is like a poolside janitorial kind of thing. A pool attendant is not a personal babysitter or a lifeguard and cannot observe every swimmer every second. Well, I don't want that to be the case. And especially oversight, like in a stalking sense. And I personally don't enjoy just looking with in respect of privacy considerations. I don't really like having to pay attention. But that is the pool monitors part of the responsibilities to oversee the pool water and the pool quality, making sure the pool remains clean. Again, do the best of the abilities, being out in the hot sun, being exposed in the heat. Oh, trying to put safety for the pool attendant too, for the staff. I mean, I don't enjoy having to be out in the hot sun. I can get heat stroke. I can get sick. I don't want to suffer migraine headaches. I have gotten sick before from being out from the weather-related illness. I would say that it isn't. I would say that it isn't my full responsibility to shadow or observe the pool waters and function as a lifeguard when I am not certified as a lifeguard myself. And pool rules did say no lifeguard on duty. Swim at your own risk. Residents should not enter the water when they are too ill or too sick, impaired, overheated, under the influence of alcohol or drugs, or physically unable to swim safely. Residents shouldn't be doing that. Must exercise safety, putting their safety first. People people should also follow weather conditions and maintenance closures without arguing with staff or attempting to bypass the gate. Climbing over the fence illegally, trespassing inside a pool enclosure. Keep the deck, bathrooms, furniture, and surrounding areas clean. Report broken glass, sharp objects, blood, or any bodily injuries, damaged equipment, unsafe water conditions, or suspicious activity promptly. Appreciate for your reporting. Appreciate any incidents reporting. I do to the best of my abilities as part of the residential community to keep to clean and keep the pool and surrounding park orderly, sanitary as possible. Again, to the best of my abilities. For one lone pool monitor. I mean, I am not a lifeguard, but I can only do so much. I appreciate the consideration and assistance on maintaining a safe pool atmosphere for swimmers. I want to make sure we have nice things. We have nice things. I want to make sure we do. It is a privilege. Just remember that. You're on the Boulder Ridge property, their pool. The management makes the rules, makes the policy, and I am there to enforce it and to do my job. So I appreciate the consideration and assistance on maintaining a safe pool atmosphere for swimmers. I want to make sure we have nice things. So please follow the pool rules, exercise good judgment, common sense, put health and safety first, have fun, but make sure to be aware of your surroundings. Personal responsibility and accountability. Now moving on to the next thing, personal responsibility and accountability. It is 10:36 a.m. Should probably get ready, step out and do my lunch drop gig. I mean, I should do that right now. I need to make money. Gotta pay bills. I wish I had some generous benefits. Okay. So personal responsibility and accountability. I want to be direct about personal responsibility. Management has a duty to maintain community facilities, communicate known hazards, and correct unsafe conditions. Employees have a duty to perform their assigned responsibilities. Residents and guests also have responsibilities as well. When an adult knowingly ignores a posted closure, runs across a wet deck, brings glass into a pool area, bypasses a locked gate, refuses supervision requirements, or disregards repeated safety instructions, that person cannot reasonably place every consequences on an attendant or manager afterward. So when an adult knowingly ignores a posted closure, runs across a wet deck, brings glass into the pool area or alcohol, bypasses a locked gate, refuses supervision requirements, or disregards repeated safety instructions, that person cannot reasonably place every consequences on an attendant or management afterward. Individual choices matter, personal negligence matters. Rules should not be ignored and then treated as someone else's problem when a predictable injury occurs. So yeah, remember it is your own fault, your own responsibility for any personal negligence or human error on your end. You know the rules. The rules are posted, the rules are displayed, and you have been swimming for years, been living on property for years. You know the rules, you know the law, you know the policy. So personal negligence matters. Rules should not be ignored and then treated as someone else's problem when a predictable injury occurs. That does not excuse defective equipment, hidden hazards, inadequate maintenance, or misconduct by staff. Accountability should be based on what each person actually did or failed to do. And communication matters, and communication is the key. See something, say something. The fair standard is shared responsibility. Management maintains and communicates, staff monitors and reports, and residents follow the rules and use reasonable judgment. Reporting concerns responsibly. Now moving on. Reporting concerns responsibly. When you observe a legitimate concern, report facts rather than rumors. Describe what happened. Describe what happened, where it happened, approximately when it occurred, what and whether the problem is still active. Document, state the date, day, time, location. Photographs or video may help document property damage or a safety hazard, but do not provoke a confrontation merely to obtain footage. Do not exaggerate a minor disagreement into a major emergency. At the same time, do not ignore broken glass or any broken glass, any sharp objects, unauthorized entry, threats, serious harassment, endangered equipment, or behavior that could endanger other residents or authorized guests. See something, say something, document it accurately, report it through the proper channel, allow management, security personnel, event staff, or the responsible authority to address it. Now, closing. For the closing wrap up of this whole segment here, this whole discussion, my purpose is not to be too critical towards Boulder Ridge, Sun communities, to the Boulder Ridge Sun communities, to the management, convention organizers, residents, guests, or individual employees. It is to provide clearer, transparent, accurate informations based on my understandings to the best of my knowledge and given knowledge of what I have been told from the office management or from staffs or convention staffs, volunteers or so. I don't make the policies, I don't make the rules of the park or any convention spaces. I have to enforce and do my job if I'm a volunteer or if I'm part of the event or in this case, part of the employment. I'm just doing my job. Again, I repeat, my purpose is to encourage accurate communication, consistent enforcement, personal responsibility, consumer awareness, and safer public spaces, keeping the community safe, making sure everyone's on the same page, providing clear, updated instructions, and making sure that rules are abide and adhered. Striving for excellence and cooperative community, shake hands, get along, prosper, pushing for excellence. That is what I hope to paint the picture. I have seen local breaking news and mainstream national and international news of wars, corruption in politics, hate, violence, and various violences throughout America. I don't like seeing security guards being overwhelmed and put in the hospital. I have seen both sides of protests and police of various law enforcements where there are violence and tragedies occur. I don't like seeing what's going on the news. I have written that and I have expressed that, and I want to make sure my personal safety matters. I dislike politics in general, but it is part of life. It is part of life, part of reality, as politics is everything and everywhere. not what's on the news and on social media or across the vast public of the internet. It's through your friends, families, any employment, workplace, with surrounding neighbors. It's everywhere and everything. It's throughout the community. Politics is life. Life is full of politics. It takes two to either agree or disagree on a subject or topic to define politics at an elementary school sense. Violence, harming others, and threats, zero tolerance. No place for all that to exist and thrive. There is no place for violence, harm, and dangerous conducts. They should not exist, and I hate to see all that. And I hate to see new breaking news just demonstrating or showing all that. I hate the loss of lives. I hate tragedies. I believe in getting along, treating people as people, shaking hands. You know, we're families, neighbors. We're a big community. I want to see that we can all get along and hope to prosper. You know, teamwork makes the dream work. I appreciate the assistance, the helping hand, helping to communicate in Spanish, you know, helping with rule enforcement, helping to communicate to residents by every means, making sure that we put health and safety and that we have better ways to control for better crowd control. Again, expressing this, exercising open door discussion, open door policy, freedom of speech, and liberty of censorship, right to speak my mind freely and thoughtfully, responsibly. Under the First Amendment rights, I will continue sharing information when I believe it can help the community. I will continue learning, including improving my Spanish communication, Vietnamese, traditional Chinese, Cantonese, Japanese, and other languages in an open-minded manner. I will continue working toward being a valuable asset to my workplace, my neighborhood, community, my creative audience, and the people around me. I do to the best of my knowledge and abilities. I can only do so much for one person. So, so thank you for watching, following, commenting, sharing, reposting, and supporting General Sunbeam, Sunbeam 007, and the lifelong goal of following the common American dream. Stay observant, read the posted rules, respect closures, protect your belongings, maintain your boundaries, verify important information, report legitimate concerns, take responsibility for your own decisions and actions while also expecting organizations to fulfill their responsibilities. Treat others the way you want to be treated, share and spread the word, and keep everyone safe. Look after one another. We are a family, neighbors, and we're one whole community. We hope to get along. And well, this is General Sunbeam reporting. Gonna have to get ready. I'm gonna go ahead and just go ahead and just switch this live stream to AFK streaming. Just gonna play some news as always, because I gotta get ready and do my lunch drop gig. Oh man, it's already almost 10:50 a.m. already. Oh my gosh. All right, trying to look for trying to look for the 24/7 stream. Oh man, I gotta drink some coffee.
Is really pulling out what is publicly available to all, using that genealogy research to create a family tree. And then, as the detective mentioned, that's when the work really begins. So law enforcement continues to work through each member of that family tree, trying to limit that number of individuals until we determine a likely suspect. And it's only then that we look for one-to-one DNA comparisons with the suspect DNA we have from the scene, and then that potential suspect. So again, as the detective said, this is really a resource-intensive operation. I think it also speaks to the dedication of the Arlington Police Department and the FBI, not just to Irasima's family, but to the community at large.
And obviously that family, well, my question, did that family member Are they made aware that this could be tied to a case that's being investigated?
Yeah, I'm not going to go into specifics of our conversations with potential witnesses in the case, but I will just say that this is resource intensive. It requires a great deal of traditional law enforcement work. This is really just a place to, create new investigative leads.
And when it comes to the discarded trash, was that a Ford? Can you provide some background on what was actually used for that?
I'll defer to Arlington PD on that one.
Unfortunately, you're getting so far on providing that information until the prosecution.
Chief, what do you say to other families who are still holding out hope on cold cases, still looking for answers? What message does this case send to them?
The message that I want to send is, the Arlington Police Department, we're very, very dedicated to the victims of homicides. We do not stop investigations. We continue until we can come up with a suspect. We turn every stone. Like I said again, I'm just so proud of the work of our homicide unit. And I really would like to highlight this. Within the last year and probably year and a half, our homicide unit has actually solved about 13 to 14 cold cases. That is closing the loop for families who have been waiting years for the closure, and for our men and women to provide them that information is just so awesome. And I think that actually, I tell the other residents, hey, we're not going to stop, and hopefully we do come up and we were able to close their case as well. But we're not going to stop. We're always out there trying to investigate those cold cases.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes that press conference in this breakthrough cold case investigation happening in Arlington from the Arlington Police Department. So let's go ahead and show you the suspect here. This is Mayra Velasquez, who has been arrested in connection to the 2012 cold case murder of then 32-year-old Iracema Chavez. They've been investigating this now for almost 15 years. And recently they had a breakthrough arresting Velasquez and charging her in connection to this cold case, facing charges with capital murder. So a major, major investigation. And you saw there one of the officials with the police department getting very emotional, talking about the victim in this case, Iracema Chavez, and talking about what it was like to bring the information to the family and to help them and inform them that they believe that this cold case has now been solved. And it appears this was somewhat of a high-profile realtor. In this case, you saw there were some videos that they had from her social media accounts in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. But again, you saw how overcome with emotion that one police official was, talking about sharing with the family that they have made an arrest in this cold case, and it looks like they're on the path to justice. Obviously, these are allegations, and there will be a judicial process that happens from here. But for the family, this could be a sign that justice may be served, even though this has been almost 15 years since Ms. Chavez was killed. I'm Ryan Schmelz. You're watching live now from Fox. We do need to get to our last commercial break of the hour. We'll have more news for you coming up.
Who will back up world champion? It's a tight match from whiskey to bourbon. It's smooth. Kick off the match day fun with Specs wine, spirits, and finer foods. Specs, cheers to savings.
My blue gold just kicked in. Sir, that is always an immediate yes for me.
My husband has been initiating in the bedroom again, and it is all thanks to Blue Chew Gold.
Blue Chew Gold.
Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew Gold.
Blue Chew Gold. We weren't sure if gold was actually worth the upgrade. After the night we just had, he is not going back to the generic stuff.
It's a game changer because it gives you passion and performance all in one tablet.
There's no performance anxiety. It's just connection.
Blue Chew Gold focuses on arousal, so you get the strongest physical response with the mental drive to back it up.
Blue Chew mixes sildenafil and tadalafil to take care of the physical side with apomorphine
nicotine and oxytocin to target the brain.
So it's a powerful 4-in-1 combo for harder, longer lasting erections. So we're talking 3 times stronger, 5 times faster, and lasts up to 36 hours.
Watching him take Blue Chew Gold is refreshingly simple. 1 tablet under the tongue, no stress, no overthinking.
Once you feel it, you notice the difference. Connection is key, guys.
All in one. It's not just about the physical, but it's getting him actually in the mood.
Bridging the gap between your mind and your body. So you can just relax, stay in the moment, and go the distance.
Confidence isn't something you outgrow. With Blue Chew Gold, it's something you upgrade.
The process has never been easier to get it. It's all done 100% online and shipped discreetly to your door.
If there's one thing that I'd recommend to married couples, it's this. Blue Chew Gold.
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 Connection is key, you guys. Experience it for yourself with Blue Chew Gold.
So why wait? Buy 2 months, get 1 free at bluechew.com.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Ryan Schmelz. That does it for me. Stephanie Quinn, you will be taking over in just a little bit. Let's leave things off on the House floor where they're debating a number of issues. So let's go ahead and take that live, and we'll see you next time.
I appreciate my colleague from California's concern about overall base safety. But I think if we step back and actually look at the big picture here, what we are talking about is simply a tax on our lower enlisted personnel. We have military police to enforce safety standards that are already issued by the base commander across every installation that we have. And at the end of the day, we cannot deny that NIPRNet has been compromised by over 90% of our most serious and significant adversaries, the exact same net that these speed cameras would live on. I think that's a significant concern for the safety and security of our installation personnel, the operations that are ongoing on our installations, and for that reason, I encourage my colleagues to strongly support this amendment, and I yield.
The gentleman from North Carolina yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman is the only one with time remaining.
Can I close now? Is that where we're
Yes,
at?
sir.
Okay.
The gentleman from California is recognized for his closing.
I appreciate my colleague's argument there, but if the Department of Defense can't maintain the cybersecurity cameras on our own installations, then we have a lot bigger problems. The truth is vehicle accidents are one of the leading cause of deaths for our service members. So why are we even debating this? We should be debating amendments that rein in this administration's reckless conduct on this Iran war or its reckless spending in the Middle East. But instead of my colleagues would rather discuss speed cameras. But the fact is, this amendment restrains the Secretary's ability to allocate security and law enforcement resources to address traffic safety. Prohibiting the use of speed cameras also undermines an installation's commander's ability to deploy the appropriate resources to effectively meet the traffic and public safety needs of the installation. I urge my colleagues to oppose this reckless amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Let's record a vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from North Carolina will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to HRS 1438, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 125, 126, 127, 128, 129, 130, 131, 132, 133, 134, 135, 136, 137, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 143, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 155, 156,
All right, so it does look like that feed has temporarily frozen right there, but we were listening to House lawmakers as they're speaking on the floor amid the Iran conflict. As we try and work on that, I did want to share this with you right here because we are still waiting for video of President Trump attending the dignified transfer of 4 U.S. service members who were killed in the Middle East. And these are the four soldiers who were identified. Trump traveling to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware to be there as the remains of the troops killed in action are returned to their families. This is one of the most somber duties of a commander-in-chief, and this will be the third that President Trump has attended since he launched the war in Iran in February. Speaking to reporters on his way to Dover, President Trump called it, quote, one of the hardest things to do as president. His message to grieving families, he said, will be, quote, we love you. We love your child, adding, there's no games, there's no nothing. That's their child. And all you can do is throw out your heart. 2 U.S. Army soldiers killed in Iran's missile and drone attacks in Jordan will be returned during the dignified transfer. The remains of a third service member who is believed to be the soldier missing after the Jordan attacks will also be returned, as well as the remains of a soldier killed in Iraq during a detonation of Iranian drones. So these are the photos of the 4 soldiers whose remains will be returned to their families. We are still waiting for that, and we did want to let you know that this will not be live. However, we will be getting video for the very first time of President Trump attending the dignified transfer. And as soon as we do get that video, we, of course, will bring that to you. And as I mentioned, these are the soldiers right here who have been identified, the soldiers killed in Jordan, identified by the Defense Department as Tyler James Feehan of Hawaii, Isabella Gonzalez of Texas, the soldier who disappeared after the Jordan attacks and is now believed to be deceased is Angel Rampersad of New York, and the soldier killed in Iraq identified as Michael Switten of North Carolina. So we are continuing to await that as we continue our coverage right here on Live Now from Fox. It does look like we have the House floor back up and running, that live stream. So we're going to transition to that as we await the video of President Trump attending the dignified transfer. I'm Stephanie Quinu. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's head over live back to the House floor.
It would expand test capabilities for both military and commercial airspace, keeping America at the cutting edge of
Okay, so it does look like that live stream continues to buffer right there. But I did want to share this. This is a live look here of Capitol Hill. This is where House lawmakers are currently meeting right now. So we're going to see if we can get this back up and running right now. It does look like it is. However, we do have another source that we do want to get to. Right now, it looks like that actually went out for us, but we just wanted to share with you this live look right here. And also, as we do here at Live Now from Fox, we're always looking ahead, sharing with you some of the major events that are scheduled to happen. A little bit later on today at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, President Trump will be in Georgia and he'll be speaking at Wheeler High School. So that is slated right now for 3 p.m. Eastern Time. We are going to be carrying his remarks live as they happen. So that is one of the major events happening. And then later on tonight, and we've been airing this early this morning, this is the Asian Regional Forum in the Philippines. Secretary of State Marco Rubio will take part in this forum. That's set to get underway at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So we have a lot to get to on this Wednesday. It does look like this live feed might be back up and running. We're going to try it once again as we head live to the House floor.
Increase veterans' access to ibogaine. I know personally how much this means to our nation's heroes because I've talked to them, the Special Operators Association, to people, veterans across this nation who are clamoring for a solution to their problem. And we have one. They should not have to travel to Mexico to receive this treatment. Countless vets have told me that they were going to give this one shot before they committed suicide. They went down, they experienced ibogaine, and they came back cured. Stanford University did a study on 30 veterans with TBI and PTSD where ibogaine, by verified through MRI brain scans, demonstrating that this medicine actually regenerated brain tissue and helped them get over their addiction to opioids and resolve their PTSD and TBI. This needs to be available in the United States of America now in clinical trials to our veterans. My home state of Texas passed legislation to provide clinical trials to veterans for ibogaine. I want to thank my former Governor Rick Perry and Mr. Brian Hubbard, Americans for Ibogaine, for leading this effort. I want to thank Morgan Luttrell and Marcus, his brother, who we all know the lone survivor story. Ibogaine saved their lives, and we've heard the testimony from them about the effectiveness of this medicine. It is time, Mr. Speaker, to make this medicine available to our veterans here in the United States at our VA clinics across the nation. And this amendment, and I want to thank the chairman for supporting it, will take us to that point where we can now save their lives, where they don't have to worry about suicide. They don't have to be on 30 medications, for God's sakes, to treat their addiction, to treat their PTSD. When we know we have a medicine that works, the evidence is there, the data is there, the Stanford study is there to save their lives. So I urge my colleagues to vote for this measure. Again, I want to thank all my colleagues, including the chairman, Morgan Luttrell. I want to thank the Energy and Commerce Committee for their work to bring all of this to the floor, not only today, but in the future with future legislation. And I want to thank the heroes, those who have served this country in harm's way, those who have put their lives at risk, who are suffering from these diseases today. We owe it to them to pass this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Washington continues to reserve. Gentleman from Alabama.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Bresnahan.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this en bloc, which includes an amendment that calls on the president to award the Medal of Honor to Colonel Bob Graham of New Angola, Pennsylvania. On May 1st, 1966, at the height of Operation Birmingham in the Vietnam War, then Captain Graham flew his battle-damaged F-100 Super Sabre through monsoon weather to reach American troops surrounded by 4,000 enemy soldiers. He made more than 15 low-level attack passes under heavy artillery fire, knowing full well he may not survive. He not only survived, but destroyed 8 enemy gun positions, neutralized over 1,500 enemy troops, and broke the back of that assault, saving hundreds of American lives. Colonel Graham flew over 500 combat missions across 4 tours in Vietnam and served his country faithfully for 26 years. He already earned the Silver Star for his heroic actions that day. However, it is past time that we recognize his actions went above and beyond the call of duty. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and finally give Colonel Graham the recognition he has long since earned. I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Alabama.
So we continue to dip in live to the House floor as lawmakers are debating on a number of topics. We're going to just step away for a brief break as we continue to follow all of our events. And if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, I did want to let you know that we are still awaiting video of President Trump attending the dignified transfer of 4 soldiers killed in action. This will not be a live event. However, we will be getting a recording and we will be playing that out as soon as we receive it. For now, though, we're going to step away for a break. We'll be
Booking.com. Booking.yeah. Who will Cup World Champion? It's a tight match from whiskey to bourbon. It's smooth. Kick off the match day fun with Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods. Specs, cheers to savings.
Hey, Cedar Park, the wait is almost over. Shields' grand opening is Saturday, August the 29th. We're going big, like Texas big. The parking lot party starts at 7. The doors officially open at 9:30, August the 29th at Shields near the HEB Center.
Across Texas, people are waking up before the sun, working hard, stretching every dollar. I was born to one of those people, a single mom guided by faith who did whatever it took to provide for me. As a teacher, I saw families doing everything right and still falling behind. In the State House, I brought both parties together to lower drug costs and cut property taxes. I'm James Tallarico, and I approve this message because I'll take on corruption and make this economy work for working people again.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinue. We are continuing to follow a number of live events on Capitol Hill. And right before the break, we were listening into the House floor. Before that, we were in a committee hearing talking about the Smithsonian Institute. And there continues to be controversy over whether the exhibits have become politicized. Now we understand that there is a hearing happening right now talking about terrorist gangs in Haiti, and Mike Waltz is testifying right here. This is talking about what is happening in Haiti as gangs have taken over the country. Let's listen in live to this event.
4 million, they murder, they kidnap, they rape, they castrate. They feed people what they castrate. They extort the Haitian people on a massive scale. They seek to replace the Haitian state with something that answers to them. The consequences of a fully collapsed Haiti will not just stay in Haiti. It goes without saying that mass illegal immigration from a country explicitly governed as a safe haven for terrorists and traffickers would be harmful to America's interests and those of our allies. Here's what makes this oversight hearing different. We have already run the experiment of getting this wrong. The previous administration's answer to stabilizing Haiti was the failed UN Multinational Security Support Mission, or the MSS, a program to bring in foreigners from places like Kenya and Chad to take on gangs while costing the American taxpayer over $1 billion. In total, over $1 million per Kenyan that they sent into the country. Don't take my word for that. The State Department told this committee that the mission was, quote, an ineffective boondoggle. When the last Kenyan officers flew home this past April, Haiti's gangs controlled more territory than the day the mission began. That is the definition of failure. This is exactly why I advocated for not sending any contributions to the United Nations, because this is the kind of boondoggles that they run. The United Nations authorized mission that replaced it, the Gang Suppression Force, is built differently and hopefully learns from the mistakes of the past. It is more kinetic force with a direct action mandate to unilaterally take the fight to the gangs. This is not just a police support mission. It's about eliminating terrorist gangs. On paper, its costs are shared, assessed across the United Nations member states, with an American share of about $117 million a year. That's far better than the over $1 billion that we spent in a year previously. I say on paper because in practice, the American taxpayer is still underwriting this mission, and we will get to that. These operations began June 1. As I said, I want this mission to succeed, but wanting and hope are not strategies. So today, this committee needs three things. First, we need the mission's benchmarks for success. The mission's special representative owed the United Nations Security Council a strategy by July 1st. So today, we need to find out, are its benchmarks real or just aspirational? And what happens if some of them are missed? Second, apart from our assessed contribution, the administration has rolled out bilateral assistance piece by piece, up to $40 million in bridge and sustainment funds, $68 million in equipment, a police recruitment surge, support for Haiti's armed forces, and now counterterrorism funds with no specific dollar figure attached. That money, by the State Department's own accounting, is going toward, among other things, buying meals ready to eat and bottled water, a bill that the department itself says belongs to those countries, not us. We were promised a force that learned the lessons of the MSS, but the U.S. taxpayers, on top of the check we've already written, is still underwriting this mission's food and water. How much will this new GSF cost American citizens? Third, we need honesty about what comes next and the significant challenges that remain. The UN mandate for the GSF expires on September 30th, before this force even reaches full strength. The first elections in a decade are scheduled for August, but Haiti's insecurity makes those unlikely. And a private company paid by Haiti, not by the American taxpayer, is putting the gangs on their heels with no more than 150 people. Vectus Global, run by Eric Prince. Our own diplomats credit it with altering the momentum and the geometry of this fight, again, with 150 individuals. If 150 contractors can do that, a 5,500-person UN force should have zero excuses, though that's all we received with the MSS mission. To our witnesses, this committee is looking for candor. Tell us what is working. Tell us what is not. Tell us what you need. Helping Haiti is not impossible, but the lesson of the last mission was that failure was obvious for nearly 2 years, yet nobody changed course. That will not happen on this committee's watch.
All right, so it does look like we need to get that live stream back up and running, but we were hearing from the House Foreign Affairs Committee as they are questioning Ambassador Waltz specifically about Haiti and violent gangs. As we work to get that back, I did want to share this with you because we just got word that we are going to be receiving video of the dignified transfer of these 4 soldiers here any moment now. We didn't get a specific time frame. However, we did hear that this will be incoming shortly. So we did want to let you know that we're keeping a very close eye on all of our live streams, and we will be sharing this with you in its entirety once this is underway. This as President Trump traveled to Dover Air Force Base in Delaware to be there as the remains of the troops killed in action are returned to their families. And we did want to continue to share this with you. This ritual is one of the most somber duties of a commander-in-chief, and it will be the third that the president has attended since he launched the war in Iran in February. So we are still waiting for the video of this dignified transfer. We're going to share it in its entirety as it comes in. And we did want to let you know that we're keeping a very close eye on all of our live feeds. It does look like we have that live stream back up and running, and Ambassador Waltz right now testifying. So for now, let's continue to listen in live.
They have to take over their own educational functions. That's an inherent part of being a governing institution. And the humanitarian functions that it conducts, we need a much better vetting process, and those conversations are ongoing with how to vet those individuals. But at the end of the day, Hamas rules at the end of an AK-47. Hamas will disarm. The president has made that clear. It's going to happen the easy way or the hard way. Let's pray they make a more peaceful choice and do it the easy way.
Okay, so we've talked about UNRWA, but as you move up into the UN itself, I think one of the most concerning developments of the UN is rampant, unabashed anti-Semitism by high-level employees at the UN. This isn't just UNRWA. I guess I shouldn't be surprised given they're okay with Hamas terrorists being on staff, but nowhere's the anti-Semitism at the UN been more blatant than Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied, quote unquote, Palestinian territories. She used her position to advance extremist and inflammatory claims against Israel. She's falsely accused Israel of genocide and promoted false narratives under the guise of her role. Ambassador Bartos, what reforms have you been putting in place to fight anti-Semitism at the UN itself and to prevent anti-Semites like Albanese from being placed in these kinds of prominent positions?
It's a great question. Thank you. It's good to see you, Congressman. As I said, as I've never tired of saying, the UN is at a crossroads. And on the one direction is this vital humanitarian work that we see out in the field with people risking their lives to do that work. And the UN should be commended for that. And there are successes and failures within peacekeeping, and we've talked about that today too. But right there in the other direction is this bewildering, despicable bias that has been around for 60 plus years. That has really, if you think about it, infrastructure that has been built within the UN system. And former ambassador, former Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan spoke about this brilliantly and beautifully in his 1975 speech, calling out Zionism as racism resolution, which was, of course, a Soviet-era, Soviet-driven process. So the UN comes to this over many decades of picking on the one Jewish state as a way to get to the West in America. Right? It's anti-Americanism, anti-West, anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish, anti-Israel. It really is all of that. We have a whole team dedicated, of course, with the Secretary's push and leadership on these issues. We have a whole team dedicated to rooting out anti-Semitism throughout the UN. So the Commission of Inquiry, UNRWA, as you mentioned, this lunatic Albanese, who the UN allows to put on their uniform. But I think it all comes back to, in the here and now, it comes back to making sure that we select the right next Secretary General who will have the leadership, the moral clarity, and the courage to tackle this. It's an existential issue for the organization about whether it wants to be a hotbed of hatred for the one Jewish state and for the West, or whether it wants to get back to basics, its core founding mission of international peace and security, humanitarian aid. And that's a big decision for the UN. We're trying to guide them in the right direction. It is not always easy, as you know, but the work is really important, and we get at it every day.
And I would just add, Representative Fine, that the administration has defunded these inherently anti-Semitic organizations. We are trying to shift this culture, but meanwhile, not a single dollar of U.S. taxpayer dollars should go to these organizations like UNRWA, like the so-called Human Rights Council, UNESCO, and others.
Well, I'm not sure anybody can fix it, but if anyone can, I think it's the two of you. So thanks, keep up the good work, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative McBride.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and to you and the ranking member for holding this committee hearing. Thank you both so much, both of you ambassadors, for joining us, for making it down to the bottom of the dais. We are well over 4 years into a war Vladimir Putin started by invading Ukraine. And during the course of the 2024 election, the president promised at least 53 times to end the war on or before day one. On January 20th, 2025, as the sun set and the president pardoned more than 1,000 January 6th insurrectionists. When the sun set, the president failed to deliver on his promise that he would end the war between Russia and Ukraine. Ambassador Waltz, why did the president fail to deliver on his promise to end the war?
The president is doing everything he can to end the war. To date, neither Vladimir Putin with Russia or President Zelensky has seen fit to enter into the final deal. However, the president has put significant pressure, this administration, by sanctioning Lukoil, by sanctioning Rosneft, and is doing everything he can to stop the killing.
So I guess we're in agreement 538 days into the administration that the president has not delivered on his promise that he made at least 53 times during the course of the campaign to end the war on day one.
The president has found, despite incredible efforts from him and his team, it to be a very frustrating effort.
Well, maybe he shouldn't have made those grandiose promises.
I'm proud that he has tried.
Speaking of the pressure that is being brought to bear, on February 24th, a month after the president failed to deliver on that promise, U.S. representatives at the United Nations voted no on a resolution advancing a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine. Earlier today, Representative Titus brought up this vote, and you incorrectly stated that the U.S. abstained from voting on the February 2025 resolution. That's not true. The U.S. voted no alongside Russia, Belarus, and North Korea. Really, really great company. Would you like to correct the record that the U.S. indeed voted no?
I understood, and perhaps I misunderstood her to be talking about a General Assembly resolution just this past summer where the United States abstained.
My understanding, the words that she specifically used was referring to the February 2025 resolution, which the U.S. did indeed vote no on. Then on February 18th, 2026, over a year after President Trump failed to deliver on his promise to end the war on day one, U.S. representation at the UN under your leadership refused to vote on a resolution expressing support for lasting peace in Ukraine. Ambassador, I'm curious why the United States is scared to call out and stand up to Vladimir Putin at the United Nations.
The United States under this administration has put more pressure on Russia to come to the table. Their economy is reflective of that. And this administration sanctioned their top two oil producers and the dark fleet, not the last administration.
Well, they're now getting more money because of the Strait of Hormuz, but that's neither here nor there. Why did the United States vote no and refuse to vote to denounce Vladimir Putin's
I'll have to come back to a record. That prior vote was obviously before my time, so I'll have to look at the wording in the resolution. Like legislation, which many of you know, there can be specific phrases that we find objectionable or who cross our red lines.
Yeah.
The title says one thing and the actual legislation or resolution
apparently the only other countries that objected to any of the specific language in that resolution, at least in February 2025, were Belarus, North Korea, and Russia. So not very good company.
My memory is we were shifting to a more neutral mediator position.
Right. A strategy
as we try to end this war, unlike the ill-defined victory.
A strategy that did not work, has not worked, and
has worked a lot better than the last administration's.
Well, I don't think that that's true.
They're at least in the room talking, which is the art of diplomacy.
Wow, there was a photo op in Alaska that the president gave Vladimir Putin, and I think these votes, lack thereof votes, no votes, only send a message to Vladimir Putin that we are not
President
there.
Zelensky
but I want to say, while
you're
you're treating Vladimir Putin with kid gloves, you are insulting American allies, including our longstanding ally Denmark, whose soldiers fought and died alongside U.S. soldiers. Have you gotten any positive feedback from your colleagues at the United Nations about the president's desire to seize Greenland?
As one of the soldiers who fought alongside Danish soldiers in southern Afghanistan, they're a fantastic ally. At the same time, they were paying very little to zero attention to the Arctic, and they now are. And we are in meaningful negotiations to secure our northern border.
I'll take that as a no. You haven't gotten any positive feedback. Thank you. I yield back.
They've actually given a lot of positive feedback to the ongoing negotiations, to answer your question.
Sure.
Representative Gallagher.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen, for your testimony today. And Mr.
All right, we are continuing to listen into the Foreign Affairs Committee right there as Ambassador Waltz is testifying. We're just going to step away for a brief moment.
The top-ranked Spirits are aiming for a last-minute goal. Who will be Specs Cup World Champion? It's a tight match. Incredible! What a steal! From whiskey to bourbon, it's smooth. Now that's how you celebrate. Let's see that again. Kick off the match day fun with Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods. Specs, cheers to savings.
We care, we can help, and we do.
Enjoy the hump of the Rincon sectional at an incredible value, only at
Living Spaces.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. We're taking a live look here on Capitol Hill, and happening right now is a hearing where UN Ambassador Mike Waltz is testifying on a number of issues. Right before the break, we were hearing about the Ukraine-Russia war. Let's continue to listen in live.
Will pass global regulations that massively disadvantage the American people and our businesses. We stopped it in that case. We are blocking, fighting, and tackling. For example, I just worked with Secretary of Agriculture Rollins on some regulations in the Food and Agriculture Organization that serves as a global FDA, for lack of a better term, that would have advantaged European farmers and disadvantaged American farmers. So rest assured, we have a team that's in there in all of these organizations fighting for us.
Thank you for that work. It's much appreciated. It brings me to my next question, which is roughly 12% of global trade passes through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. And we, currently the Iran-backed Houthis are threatening to blockade this critical waterway again. If successful, this would force ships onto longer and more expensive routes around Africa, which would undoubtedly disrupt our global trade. There has been a resolution, 2826, that simply extends the Secretary General's reporting mandate on Houthi attacks in the Red Sea. Is the United Nations capable of organizing a more meaningful international response to keep this vital waterway open?
I think you're certainly speaking to a broader issue here, that no state, no terrorist organization can choke off international waterways that are vital for commerce. The Iranian regime right now is acting as the Somali pirates with drones and cruise missiles of back years ago, where we did gather an international coalition and took that problem on. Thankfully, the president, the Defense Department right now as we speak is massively destroying and degrading Iran's ability to choke off that waterway, which 146 nations have agreed with us is in violation of international law.
Yeah, and thank you for that. And again, I think if my colleagues had their way with their diplomacy of enablement, we'd be in a much worse position, from that standpoint as well. So I thank you for your leadership and for coming here and testifying today, despite some blatant hypocrisy from the other side. But I appreciate your efforts and appreciate the administration and what it's doing.
Congressman, it is incredibly rich to see one side of the aisle now suddenly in love with oil and gas, that they have sought to degrade our own domestic capability. But thank you for your leadership in a very tough place. I don't know if being a member in California is tougher or easier than it is in the United Nations. But
well, I'm here to bring the voice of the forgotten Californians to this body. So thank you.
Representative Pocan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ambassador, for being with us.
Thank you.
Without going into detail, just naming names, what 3 countries are the greatest adversaries to the United States?
From a broader sense, I would
Just
refer.
naming names, yeah.
Well, I would refer actually to our national security, national defense strategy.
3 names is all I'm looking for, not the narrative, please.
That are working against us: Iran, China, Russia, North Korea.
Thank you. Have you ever been to Cuba?
I have not.
You have not. Okay.
No.
Did you get a chance to read the report that came out this week from the State Department on Cuba, 95 pages?
I have not read the entire report, but as a native Floridian, I'm familiar with the antics
Thank
and
you.
adversarial
Gotcha. But you have
actions
not
of the
read the
Cuban
report.
regime.
Gotcha. Can you explain to me, on July 7th, there was a vote in the UN to continue debate about the U.S. blockade of Cuba, and we opposed that. We kind of had an embarrassing defeat, 136-9 with 30 abstentions. But given what this report said, why are we afraid to have that debate if there's so much information we want to share with the world about Cuba? Why did we not extend
That's a
that
mischaracterization.
debate?
What we opposed was Cubans or others, for that matter, abusing the General Assembly to have the same debate over and over again.
It just seems that if we had such damning information that this report claims to have, that would be a great venue to have that. I guess my question is, it's been over 65 years.
Propaganda. That's what we opposed.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's been over 65 years that we've had essentially this blockade, this embargo on Cuba. And have we moved closer to a democracy, steered them towards human rights? Has, as the other ambassador said, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. Has that 65 years brought us to where we want to be?
I would encourage you to read that report.
I did, and you didn't. I did, and you
didn't.
didn't. Correct. Yes.
Oh no, I have not read it word for word, but I am very familiar. As a native Floridian.
I did too. I read it. I've highlighted it. I felt like, you know what? I put on the Kinks and the Who, because everything's about the 60s and 70s in here. And then there's this giant jump to today.
A blockade is a ring of ships. A blockade is what we have right now in
This is a blockade of fuel, of medicine, of food, of supplies. Even in war, we allow medical supplies to go through. We don't allow medical supplies to go through to Cuba. So my question is,
the difference is they can't
do you think that we've had a noticeable change?
Because of the corruption of the communist regime.
Okay, can I just ask my question, please? Sure. I respect you were in this role, and so I just asking, do you think we've had a measurable difference in 65 years of the policy we've had?
I think we have, much of which is in statute, have had a meaningful effect on not allowing the Cuban regime to expand its revolution, its communism, and its anti-American, anti-left revolution, as it calls it, across the Western Hemisphere and across and into the United States.
So Secretary Rubio just a few hours ago said the goal is to have a Cuba where people of Cuba can experience prosperity, safety, security, and a better life moving forward. I just got back from there 10 days ago. I've been there 30 years ago. I was there 3.5 years ago on an official delegation, and I was there with a nonprofit most recently. And what I've seen is a crushing of the Cuban people, and it's not a
Cuban regime.
Let me finish,
Did you
please.
visit the
Give me the
prisoners?
respect I've given you, please, because the rest of this drives me crazy. We're not allowing medical supplies. So we've doubled the infant mortality rate because of our actions. We're the ones blocking that. It's not the Cuban government, that's us. We're blocking fuel, which means while I was there, 42 hours of no energy, we had an hour and a half. Surgeons literally finish surgery sometimes with their cell phone lights, right? That's because of us. Do you think that what your goal is, we're running completely counter to that? And I just don't understand that.
May I ask you a question?
Yeah, please. But I would like 30 seconds at the end.
During your visit, did you visit the private island from the Castro regime? Did you visit their private jet, which seems to have fuel
Well,
to go back
considering
and forth?
you've never been to Cuba, I'm not going to take your advice on where to go. I know, but considering, you've never been there, I'm not going to tell you how to groom your hair because I can't give good advice on that. I don't think I need your advice at Cuba. Are we going to have a military action against Cuba? It seems like that's what this report is setting up.
I am not going to take options off the table for the President of the United States, but I would hope that you would not allow your visits to be used for Cuban regime propaganda that has oppressed and massacred
I'll tell you, I wish
people.
I understand, but I would strongly urge you, Marco Rubio, who's never been to Cuba, so many others who have strong opinions.
His entire family is from Cuba, and
they left
fled
before the revolution. That is decades ago. That's a ridiculous answer.
It's Cuban Americans
I know, but
who have fled the regime.
To be
are
fair, that is a
constantly
ridiculous answer.
For being oppressed and
it's worth
imprisoned.
going there if you're going to have such strong opinions. I think you'd maybe look at it a little differently. I yield back.
Representative Moylan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ambassador Waltz, and Bartos. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. Ambassador Waltz, July 5th, 2026, the UN supported the launch of the Global Network of Centers for Exchange and Cooperation on AI Capacity Building. As the AI risks pushing the world towards even greater inequities. So what do you believe is the U.S. role, should be the U.S. role closing the artificial intelligence gap to face this regarding connectivity, infrastructure, and energy access?
I think we have to be incredibly careful, and I've have been in touch with a number of leaders of our private sector, our Office of Science and Technology Policy, Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of Treasury, on efforts within the UN towards AI governance that are not in line with our values and that would hinder our entrepreneurial spirit and our innovation. I'm also in touch with them as we kind of gather the framework or understand the framework we want here federally in the United States to understand that and how we should propagate that outward to the rest of the world. I like to talk about AI freedom. Countries from, say, the EU and other places like to talk about AI governance, and that's a very slippery slope.
I appreciate that. I agree with you. Another question for you, sir. On your confirmation hearing in July, you stated it was absolutely critical for the United States to counter China at the United Nations. So China continues to lead 4 out of 15 specialized UN agencies, including organizations with mandates for facilitating cooperation on technology, agriculture, and food security, aviation safety, and development. So, Ambassador, what do you believe the United States' response to China's position on this multilateralism should be?
Thank you. I just give you a few examples. One, I gave earlier, the World Intellectual Property Organization. We supported actively a pro-business Singaporean. In the International Telecommunications Union, we are running, and this is from the prior administration, so it's a bipartisan effort here to support an American to run that's in charge of undersea cables, spectrum, space, a number of critical standard-setting bodies. Not only at the senior levels, it's important that we recruit and support Americans at every level to staff these bodies. And I can come back to you with figures, but I think it's a little bit misunderstood. The United States has the largest number of our nationals across the UN system. It's actually followed by France, the UK, and Germany before we get to China. It's something actually China complains about, that it doesn't have greater representation. So we are active in making sure that us and like-minded countries are effectively represented around the system.
Excellent. We're taking care. Go ahead, sir.
If I may, sir, we are still underrepresented, though. The ambassador is absolutely right in his in the number of nationals that work there, but we, the United States, are still underrepresented relative to our contributions to the UN, and it's something that we're very much in the ear of UN leadership often, as are the Chinese.
I'm glad you're well aware, and we need to correct that. Thank you. Thank you. Speaking of Ambassador, the U.S. has historically been the leader within the Convention on the International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. So how do you envision maintaining the U.S. leadership on wildlife trade while balancing sustainability and the community interests that depend on healthy marine ecosystem?
Well, I mean, this is where, even though we're not a signatory, we abide by its conventions and the UN Law of the Sea that establishes standards for nautical waters, and particularly for EEZs. And one of the things that we're working with both the small island states in the Pacific, but also in South Central America, are violations of their EEZs, often by illicit fishing, most often by large Chinese fishing fleets. Not only there, but then the protection in terms from a conservation standpoint, we support international organizations that set those standards around the world, and a number of key nonprofits.
I would just say, sir, that when our allies have a choice when other countries have a choice in certain, whether it's the Africa group or whether it's other nations that we work with, whether they have a choice to have U.S. leadership or other important powers leadership, they're yearning for U.S. leadership. And when we do step in there and provide leadership, we have meaningful impacts across the system. There's a lot to fix. But with Ambassador Waltz's leadership and with the team's focus, we're present as many places as we can be.
I appreciate the hard work you both do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ambassador Waltz, UN peacekeeping operations funding is a principal source of support for the new gang suppression force mission in Haiti, which will be critical to driving back the control of violent gangs in the country that are wreaking havoc on communities in our own hemisphere and worrying millions of Haitian Americans as they watch Haiti suffer. In fact, just the other day, you even said Haiti is only a few hundred miles from Florida. What happens there does not stay there. According to a 2024 Government Accountability Office report, approximately 73% of firearms recovered in the Caribbean between 2018 and 2022 originated in the United States. Additionally, the UN Security Council also adopted an arms embargo on Haiti in 2022 to prevent weapons from reaching these gangs. So let me ask you this. First, what are you doing to ensure we are not violating the Security Council arms embargo? And how does the administration justify defunding the United Nations, including slashing its peacekeeping operational budget, while simultaneously expecting it to take on a greater role in supporting the UN-authorized gang suppression force?
We are mission by mission evaluating the effectiveness of these peacekeeping operations. As I mentioned earlier, some have been around for 30 to 40 years at the cost of $1 billion a year and have not worked themselves out of a job, have not put peace in place. As it pertains to the gang suppression force, that's actually a hybrid funding model. The UN budget is supporting basically the logistics. And we have a separate trust fund, the Haiti Trust Fund, that a standing group of partners is contributing to. And we have effective oversight over both of those funds, and we are supporting both of those funds. And again, we will evaluate as that mandate comes up for renewal, whether they are meeting the metrics and whether they are actually suppressing the gangs. I could tell you, having just visited there, the gang suppression force just conducted its first clearing operation and was fairly effective. Long way to go. That's coupled with training the Haitian National Police and standing up the Haitian Army once again to take these paramilitary gangs on. And of course, we have the embargo in place. I visited the Dominican Republic, whereas a lot of these arms are smuggled, and we are coordinating with their foreign ministry and their law enforcement, both the foreign ministry and INL, to better interdict illegal arms that are flowing into the gangs.
Ambassador Waltz, when you served in Congress, you were a staunch supporter of our Kurdish allies. In fact, you frequently emphasized the importance of standing with the Kurdish forces that fought alongside the U.S. against ISIS. Recently, President Trump has called President Erdogan a very good ally, end of quote. And a good ally to me is an interesting way of describing a leader who simultaneously placates Putin and other dictators, degrades democracy and human rights in Turkey, and harbors and supports terrorist regimes. On top of that, Erdogan has a long record of targeting Kurdish political and military groups. In the early days of this unauthorized war with Iran, reports indicated that Erdogan personally prevented Iranian Kurdish fighters from taking part in President Trump's proposed operation. Erdogan himself has publicly celebrated preventing that Kurdish operation. Do you also agree that President Erdogan is a very good ally, even though he harbors Hamas, supports terrorist regimes, and has actively gone against Trump and his unauthorized war?
Well, you mentioned my time in Congress. I was co-chair of the Kurdish caucus that's primarily focused on the Iraqi Kurds. And so when my statement that they have stood with us was the Peshmerga, and that has been going back to the early 90s. Obviously, Turkey, led by Erdogan, is a NATO ally. We just had the NATO summit there. In fact, years ago, Turkey shot down Russian fighters as they were penetrating their airspace from their incursion into Syria. It is sometimes a difficult relationship. We are taking action against Hamas charities, Hamas-funded charities that are funneling goods into Gaza that are based in Turkey. We are actively looking at working with the Turkish government on how to shut that funding source down.
Thank you. I yield back.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for putting this together. I cannot explain to you. I thank you very much for.
All right. So we were listening to Ambassador Waltz testifying before the House Foreign Affairs Committee, but this just in right here, we are just getting video of President Trump attending the dignified transfer of 4 U.S. soldiers. This may be muted, so we did want to let you know. Right now, it looks like this might just be frozen at the moment, but we're just going to stay on this because we do anticipate this getting underway momentarily as they begin this video recording. So this happened moments ago, and we're receiving for the very first time the first look of this dignified transfer of 4 U.S. soldiers. President Trump in attendance. We also wanted to let you know that the audio quality is as incoming. Some of these feeds have had no audio. So we did want to let you know if all you hear is silence, that is intentional. That is what we are receiving on our end. There is perhaps no audio attached to the video. So I did want to just stay on this live look right here because we are expecting them to press play as we are watching this for the very first time. And if you're just joining us here at Live Now from Fox, this is video from Dover Air Force Base in Delaware as President Trump traveled there to be present as the remains of the troops killed in action have been returned to their families. This is one of the most somber duties of a commander-in-chief, and this is the third that President Trump has attended since he launched the war in Iran in February. So what you're taking a look at is right now a paused screen right now as we are expecting this to start playing out any moment now. President Trump also speaking to reporters as he was on his way to Dover, calling this, quote, one of the hardest things to do as a president, saying that his message to the grieving families is, we love you, we love your child, there's no games, there's no nothing, that's their child, and all you can do is throw out your heart. 2 U.S. Army soldiers killed in Iranian missile and drone attacks in Jordan are now returned during this dignified transfer that took place moments ago. The remains of a 3rd service member who is believed to be the soldier missing after the Jordan attacks has also been returned, as well as the remains of a soldier killed in Iraq during a detonation of an Iranian drone. So right now we are just waiting for the video to play out. Right now we are taking a look at what is a paused screen right here, but just seeing this from this vantage point, we do see the motorcade, the presidential motorcade, and we do see a number of people lining up. One of those individuals is President Trump as he is attending the dignified transfer of 4 U.S. soldiers. So we have been waiting for this to come in. We now have a look at the video right here. It is paused at the moment, but we're going to stay on this because we do anticipate this to start rolling any moment now. And if you're noting on the screen, we do have something that says audio quality as incoming. We did want to let you know that there is likely perhaps not any sound attached to the video. This will be silent. So we did want to share that with you. We do have just a little bit more information about the dignified transfer that started at 11:42. This is some new information. This is with an Air Force officer's call of wheels rolling, indicating that the families of the fallen were en route. That same officer called family in sight as their vehicles approached the flight line. Their vehicles, which you may see in this, perhaps it's a black bus similar to an airport hotel shuttle, as well as two smaller white buses, and we don't see those buses there from this particular perspective. But their vehicles were marshaled into position by an Air Force NCO with a procedure akin to that used for an airplane. We are expecting perhaps another angle of this as well. We're just receiving that information, and I'm just keeping a very close eye on all of this. But this right now is the clip of what we are expecting to being played out any moment now. And what we're being told is that the dignified transfer and the ceremony will last about 23 minutes in length. And what we were also hearing is that after the families of the fallen soldiers arrived, a group of DVs, including the president, as well as General Kane, Secretary Hegseth, and others, they approached the back of the ramp and bowed their heads while a prayer appeared to be offered by one of them. They then walked back to stand next to the cargo ramp, and each rendered a salute at the call of present arms. That took place at 11:50 a.m. Eastern Time as the carry team brought out the first case off the plane. They then walked back to stand next to the cargo ramp and rendered a salute at the call of present arms a little bit later on as well. And they continued to hold the salute for the dignified transfers. So we are just receiving some information from our team right here, and we are expecting to get a close-up look of President Trump. And we're also hearing that he may be speaking at Air Force One. So we are anticipating this. We have this look right here. This is not a live look, but this happened just moments ago as we received information that the dignified transfer started at 11:42 a.m. Eastern Time. So we did want to share that with you. It ended with a call of flight line dismissed at approximately 12:11 p.m. Eastern Time. So we are just waiting for this video to get underway. It will last about 23 minutes in length. All right, and you can see that it is now being played out. Let's listen.